Hey guys! Tonight, the narrow canals of Murano glow beneath a drifting silver fog as a lone glassblower tends the midnight lanterns that keep the dreaming city softly illuminated until dawn. Let us begin by crossing the little stone bridge at the edge of the island, where the water below moves with the slow confidence of old magic, and where the workshop windows still shine long after every respectable baker, tailor, and bookseller has gone home to bed. At this hour, Murano belongs to quieter people, to the lamp lighters balancing carefully along damp canal paths, to the gondoliers wrapped in heavy wool cloaks who ferry sleepy musicians home from distant taverns, to the cats who patrol the alleyways with grave professional dedication, as though they alone are responsible for maintaining order across the Republic. And of course, to the glassblowers. Warm amber light spills from the windows ahead, painting golden ripples across the dark canal water. The workshop itself leans slightly to one side, as many ancient buildings do after several centuries of listening politely to the tide. Ivy curls around the brick walls, and tiny bells made from sea glass chime gently beneath the eaves. Whenever the night breeze stirs, above the crooked doorway hangs a painted wooden sign: midnight lanterns, repairs, refills, and unusual requests. The final line has been painted over several times, likely after someone brought in a dragon egg and insisted it merely needed better ventilation. Inside, the air is blissfully warm. The great furnace hums like a sleeping creature at the center of the workshop, its molten heart glowing orange, white behind protective iron grates. Copper pipes wind overhead, carrying enchanted seawater through the building to keep the room from becoming unbearably hot. Every few moments, the pipes release a soft hiss of steam that smells faintly of salt and rosemary. Shelves crowd the walls from floor to ceiling. There are lanterns shaped like moonshells and lanterns that resemble floating jellyfish. Tiny bottled stars flicker quietly in blue glass jars. One lantern contains what appears to be a perpetual thunderstorm, no larger than a walnut. Another seems to hold an entire miniature library inside, where infinitesimal spectral librarians wander between shelves, carrying glowing ladders. No one is entirely sure how that one happened. Near the furnace stands the glass blower himself. Master Elio Belladonna is an elderly man with silver hair tied loosely at the nape of his neck and spectacles that are permanently fogged from decades spent near magical heat. His sleeves are rolled to the elbows, revealing suit, smudged forearms marked with tiny old burns that resemble constellations. He does not hurry. No true glassblower ever does. There is a rhythm to the craft that refuses to be rushed, much like bread dough or moonrise, or particularly stubborn turtles. Elio turns slowly toward the workbench as you enter, carrying the long steel blowpipe balanced carefully across one shoulder. At the pipe's end glows a gathering of molten glass, radiant and honey, thick, slowly rotating as he walks. "Hey," he murmurs softly, as though he had expected you all evening. Good. Another pair of eyes. Midnight lanterns dislike being observed alone. They become theatrical, as if to prove his point. 3 nearby lanterns immediately brighten with exaggerated importance. Elio sighs. See. He settles onto a worn wooden stool beside the Marva table, where smooth black stone reflects the furnace glow like still water. With practiced hands, he rolls the molten glass back and forth, shaping it gently while the workshop crackles and hums around him. Outside, somewhere beyond the fogged windows, a distant church bell rings midnight. The sound arrives muted through the mist, 12 soft notes. That is when the lanterns begin waking properly. Along the shelves, Little points of light shimmer into motion. A pale green lantern yawns with visible reluctance. Tiny sparks drift lazily between hanging glass globes overhead, like sleepy fireflies reporting for duty. One particularly round lantern emits a noise suspiciously similar to a grumpy cough. Ilio nods toward it. That one spent 6 weeks aboard a fishing vessel, he explains quietly. Picked up dreadful habits. The lantern coughs again. Then it sneezes sparks into a nearby teacup. You settle into the deep armchair near the furnace while Elio continues his work. The chair has likely existed longer than several kingdoms and gives a contented creak beneath your weight. A kettle warms slowly atop a brass heating plate enchanted with low perpetual flame. The workshop smells of cedar wood, hot glass, tea leaves, and ocean rain. There are worse places in the world to spend a midnight. Elio gathers a pair of silver tongs from the workbench and gently pinches the glowing glass, shaping delicate ridges around its surface. Slowly, the lantern begins to resemble an opening flower. You know, he says after a while. Most people think lantern making is about light. He rotates the blowpipe carefully. It is not. The furnace crackles softly. It is about comfort. He says the word the way some scholars speak about sacred knowledge. Outside, a gondola glides past the window. Its hanging lamp casts rippling reflections across the workshop ceiling, making the shelves shimmer as though underwater. For a moment, every lantern glows in response, their colors shifting gently through amber and gold and pale blue. Ilio watches them with quiet approval. A proper midnight lantern, he continues, must understand loneliness without becoming lonely itself. This appears to make perfect sense to him. And somehow, here beside the furnace, it begins to make sense to you as well. He sets aside the flower-shaped lantern and reaches for a tiny crystal vial filled with luminous powder. Moon sand, perhaps, or crushed starlight. In Murano, the distinction is often considered unnecessary paperwork. Carefully, he sprinkles a pinch into the cooling glass. Immediately, the lantern blooms with soft golden radiance. Not bright, never harsh, only enough light to soften shadows and calm worried hearts. Elio murmurs approvingly. Good sleeping light. The lantern seems pleased with itself. It gives a faint musical hum, almost like distant singing carried across water. Around the workshop, the other lanterns respond in quiet harmony. For several moments, no one speaks. There is only the gentle bubbling of molten glass, the ticking of cooling metal, and the endless soft breathing sound of the canal beyond the walls. Then, from somewhere upstairs, comes an alarming thump. Ilio closes his eyes briefly. The apprentices, he says. Another thump follows. Then muffled laughter. Then, inexplicably, the sound of a goose. Elio rubs his forehead with the weary patience of a man who has lived through many unnecessary situations. I specifically told them, he says slowly, not to teach the delivery goose how to climb stairs. A pause. Another honk echoes overhead. Yes, Elio mutters to the ceiling. I can hear that it succeeded. He rises carefully from the stool, joints creaking faintly, and shuffles toward the staircase at the rear of the workshop. Halfway there, he pauses beside a hanging lantern shaped like a crescent moon. It flickers nervously. Now, Elio tells it gently. You only exploded once. The lantern dims, embarrassed. Apparently, this is considered reassuring. Left alone beside the furnace, you watch the workshop breathe around you. The heat is steady and enveloping, wrapping the room in drowsy comfort. Tiny motes of enchanted ash drift lazily through the warm air like glowing snow. On the far wall hangs an enormous map of the canals, though many sections have been annotated with unusual additions. Here be singing eels. Avoid after rainstorms. Suspiciously philosophical ducks. And near the northern bridge, excellent soup. The handwriting changes dramatically for that final note, suggesting deep emotional conviction. A small brass clock ticks quietly above the map. Instead of numbers, the clock face displays phases of the moon. Its silver hand currently points toward a tiny engraving labeled Deep Night, the most peaceful hour. From upstairs comes another burst of laughter, followed by rapid footsteps and a triumphant goose honk that sounds altogether too confident. Elio's voice drifts downward. No running with enchanted glass, a pause, and absolutely no teaching the lanterns gambling games. Elio returns a few moments later, carrying the goose beneath one arm, with the calm dignity of a man who has accepted that certain battles can never truly be won. The goose, for its part, appears entirely unapologetic. It wears a tiny velvet ribbon around its neck and blinks at you with ancient, unreadable wisdom, or perhaps complete emptiness. With geese, the distinction is notoriously difficult. This, Elio says as he passes by, is Luciano. Luciano honks once. He steals gemstones. Another honk. And once swallowed a compass that pointed exclusively toward bakeries for 6 months. Luciano seems rather proud of this achievement. Elio sets the bird gently into a wicker basket near the furnace, where it immediately settles into the straw with luxurious satisfaction, tucking its beak beneath one wing. Evidently, criminal behavior is exhausting work. The old glassblower returns to his bench and pours steaming tea into 2 mismatched ceramic cups. One cup bears a painted moon with a chipped smile. The other simply reads Etauchies Ruyuiri Kelam Opinos. The lettering has faded from years of use. Careful, Elio murmurs, handing you the moon cup. The tea dreams occasionally. You glance down. Tiny silver shapes drift lazily through the liquid like slow, moving fish. Elio notices your expression. Only minor dreams tonight, he assures you, mostly about blankets. That seems manageable enough. The tea itself is wonderfully warm, tasting faintly of chamomile, citrus peel, and something cool and herbal that lingers softly afterward, like evening rain on stone. As you drink, the workshop settles deeper into its midnight rhythm. Somewhere overhead, the apprentices have finally quieted. Only occasional footsteps creak softly through the ceiling beams now. The goose basket emits a contented rustle. Outside, canal water laps gently against the foundations with the steady patience of an old lullaby. Elio selects another gather of molten glass from the furnace. This one glows deep sapphire blue. Tonight's commission, he explains, rotating the blowpipe slowly, comes from the lighthouse keeper on San Michel. The blue glass catches the firelight like liquid twilight. She says the winter fog has been unusually melancholy this season. You nod thoughtfully, as though fog becoming emotional is entirely ordinary. In Murano, perhaps it is. Elena believes cheerful lanterns improve visibility. Elio shrugs lightly. Personally, I suspect sailors simply steer more carefully when comforted. He begins shaping the glass with long, graceful movements honed over decades. There is no wasted effort. Every turn of the wrist feels gentle and precise, like conducting silent music only the furnace can hear. As the lantern forms, faint patterns emerge within the glass itself, swirling silver lines, tiny crescent moons, a scattering of stars so delicate they seem suspended inside frozen water. How do they glow? You ask quietly. Elio smiles without looking up. He says, that depends entirely on the lantern. He sets the blowpipe across the metal rests, and reaches for a wooden shaping block soaked in cool canal water. Steam rises in soft clouds as he cradles the molten glass within it. Some are filled with captured moonbeams, some with ember moths. He tilts his head thoughtfully. One unfortunate lantern was accidentally filled with argumentative spirits from a philosophy academy. He sighs. Very bright, absolutely impossible to relax near. The shaping block hisses softly. But the best lanterns, he continues, air-filled with ordinary things. The workshop glows amber around him. A peaceful memory. The feeling of warm bread in winter. The sound canals make beneath rain. He glances toward the shelves. One lantern over there contains the sensation of falling asleep beside a fireplace while someone quietly turns pages nearby. You look toward the indicated shelf. A small copper lantern hums with extraordinary coziness. Strong cellar during storm season, Elio notes. From a nearby corner comes a tiny metallic ding. You turn to find a narrow brass lantern blinking politely beside the register counter. Oh dear, Elio murmurs. Customer requests. He wipes his hands on a linen cloth and shuffles toward the lantern. Hanging from its handle is a curled strip of parchment no larger than a ribbon. The lantern blinks again as he opens it. He adjusts his spectacles. Mrs. Aldebrini says her bedside lantern has become dramatic. You wait. Elio waits. The lantern blinks patiently. Finally, he explains. It has apparently started dimming itself whenever guests ignore her poetry recitations. A pause. To be fair, he adds carefully, the lantern may have a point. He scribbles a reply on the parchment. Possible emotional mirroring. Reduce exposure to theatrical monologues. Avoid opera for several weeks. The brass lantern accepts the note with satisfaction and waddles away across the workshop on tiny hidden legs. You stare after it. Elio takes another sip of tea. They do that sometimes. Outside, the fog thickens along the canal windows, softening the world beyond into blurred gold and silver shapes. The city feels distant now, wrapped safely beneath layers of mist and moonlight. Inside the workshop, time moves differently. Slower, warmer. The furnace pulses gently like a giant sleeping heart. Elio returns to the sapphire lantern and begins carving tiny grooves into the cooling glass with delicate silver tools. Each line catches the firelight briefly before fading into smooth translucence. You know what most apprentices do wrong. He asks after a while. You shake your head. They try too hard to make beautiful things. His voice remains soft beneath the crackling fire. But beauty is easy. Even thunderstorms are beautiful from the correct distance. The lantern rotates slowly. What matters is whether something feels kind. He says this so simply, as though kindness were a measurable ingredient, like ashwood charcoal or powdered pearl. Perhaps here it is. A nearby shelf suddenly rattles. Both of you look up just as a tiny glass orb tumbles free and rolls across the wooden floorboards with alarming speed. Elio points instantly. Intercept the marmalade moon. You barely manage to catch it before it collides with Luciano's basket. The orb glows warm orange in your hands. Inside, suspended within swirling amber light, floats what appears to be a tiny moon made entirely of marmalade. It smells faintly of citrus and cinnamon. Elio exhales in relief. Good catch, he says. Those become extremely sticky during eclipses. You carefully return it to the shelf. The marmalade moon settles with visible dignity, as though pretending the entire incident had been intentional. Luciano lifts his head briefly from the basket, regards the glowing orb with vague suspicion, then resumes sleeping. The old clock on the wall ticks onward through deep night. Outside, somewhere beyond the fog, a gondolier sings softly to himself while rowing beneath the bridges. The melody drifts faintly through the open chimney vents, low and unhurried. Elio listens quietly while polishing the finished sapphire lantern with a cloth infused with shimmering dust. "Eh?" he murmurs. "Marco's working late tonight." The song echoes gently across the water. "Terrible singer," Elio adds fondly. "But excellent timing." He hangs the completed lantern from a curved brass hook near the window. Immediately, the workshop changes. The blue glow spreads outward like calm water, cooling the amber furnace light into softer shades of silver and twilight. Reflections shimmer across the ceiling beams overhead. The entire room seems to exhale. Even the other lanterns grow quieter. For a few peaceful moments, nothing exists beyond this warm little workshop suspended between firelight and fog. Then the front bell jingles softly, not loudly, only a tiny silver chime. The door creaks inward, letting in a ribbon of cool canal mist, along with the scent of rain-soaked stone. A woman enters wrapped in a dark wool cloak dusted with fine droplets of fog. Her boots click softly against the wooden floor as she lowers her hood. Beneath it, her hair gleams pale copper in the lantern light. Balanced carefully in her gloved hands is a covered lantern cage no larger than a bird cage. Elio's expression brightens with immediate recognition. "Aye," he says warmly. "Good evening, Signora Vespa." The woman smiles warily. "I'm afraid it's happened again." Elio closes his eyes for one long, understanding moment. The whispering, she nods. From inside the covered cage comes the faintest possible sound. Not words exactly, just soft murmuring, like distant voices speaking somewhere beneath water. Elio sets down his polishing cloth with the solemn expression of a physician preparing to examine an especially theatrical patient. He says gently. "Bring it closer to the furnace." Signora Vespa crosses the workshop, her cloak trailing droplets of mist onto the floorboards. The lantern cage trembles faintly in her hands, and with every tremor comes another thread of whispering. The voices are soft enough to remain indistinct. Still, they carry the unmistakable tone of individuals entirely convinced they are being very important. Luciano the goose immediately lifts his head from the basket and hisses at the cage with professional suspicion. "You remember what happened last time?" Signora Vespa murmurs to him. Luciano honks once in bitter agreement. Elio gestures toward the large oak table beside the furnace. "Let us see what sort of nonsense we are dealing with tonight." The woman carefully removes the cloth covering the cage. Inside rests a lantern of remarkable beauty. Its glass is dark violet streaked with silver veins that pulse faintly like distant lightning beneath clouds. Tiny crescent moons orbit slowly around the lantern's crown, moving with lazy enchanted precision. And from within comes the whispering, not loud, only constant. 100 murmuring voices overlapping gently like pages turning in an enormous library. You lean closer instinctively. For a brief moment, the whispers sharpen. "Certainly haunted. Told her not to store moonwater beside cinnamon. Absolutely avoid the Western Canal after midnight unless carrying soup." Then the voices blur once more into soft, unintelligible murmurs. Elio nods slowly. "Yes," he says, definitely gossiping again. Signora Vespa sighs with deep exhaustion. It started after Tuesday's rainstorm. Now it refuses to let anyone sleep. The lantern gives an innocent flicker. "Do not pretend," she tells it sternly. The lantern dims slightly in what might genuinely be embarrassment. Elio adjusts his spectacles and circles the table thoughtfully. Have you exposed it recently to old bookstores, melancholy poets, or retired sailors? All three, she admits. He folds his arms. There's your problem. This explanation appears entirely sufficient. The old glassblower opens a narrow drawer filled with curious tools. Tiny silver hammers, moon-shaped files, delicate brushes made from what looks suspiciously like cloud feathers. Finally, he selects a tuning fork carved from pale blue crystal. Most people, Ilio says quietly as he strikes the fork against the table edge, do not realize lanterns absorb conversations. The crystal emits a low, shimmering tone. The whispering inside the violet lantern immediately pauses. Around the workshop, every other lantern falls silent too. Even the furnace seems to listen. Words leave residue. Elio continues softly, particularly emotional ones. Lanterns are vessels. Eventually they begin collecting fragments. He holds the humming tuning fork beside the lantern cage. The violet glass vibrates faintly. Inside, the whispers rearrange themselves into a long communal sigh. Then, very clearly, the lantern mutters, "Dramatic weather lately." Signora Vesper pinches the bridge of her nose. You see, the lantern flickers defensively. Elio, however, looks delighted. Oh, that's not serious at all. He assures her. You merely have conversational seepage. You suspect these words should not be reassuring. He gently opens the lantern cage and lifts the violet lantern free with astonishing care. Up close, its silver veins glow like moonlit rivers beneath ice. The whispering grows softer in his hands. Poor thing, Elio murmurs, overstimulated. He carries it toward the furnace, while the lantern continues muttering quietly to itself. Never trust pigeons near enchanted bread. Someone should really tell the Duke about the octopus. Soup remedies most political disagreements. Elio nods absent-mindedly at several of these points, as though they contain valuable civic insight. At the furnace, he lowers the lantern carefully into the edge of the heat. Not enough to melt it, only enough to warm the enchanted glass. Immediately, the silver veins begin glowing brighter. The whispers soften, then soften further, until they resemble nothing more than distant rain against windows. There now, Ilio says kindly, easy. The lantern releases one final tiny complaint. Still think the ducks are suspicious, and falls silent. The workshop breathes again. Overhead hanging lanterns resume their gentle humming. The furnace crackles softly. Outside, canal water taps rhythmically against stone foundations beneath the drifting fog. Signora Vesper visibly relaxes. Oh, bless you, she whispers. Elio waves a suit-marked hand dismissively. Perfectly normal condition. Happens every winter. He pauses, though admittedly less often with ducks. The woman laughs quietly for the first time since arriving. It is a lovely sound, soft and tired and genuine. She loosens her gloves beside the furnace while Elio prepares fresh tea. The workshop has become even cozier now that the sapphire lighthouse lantern glows near the window. Blue reflections drift lazily across the ceiling beams like moonlight underwater. Stay a while, Elio tells her. The lantern should cool gradually. Signora Vesper nods gratefully and settles into another old armchair near yours. From somewhere inside her cloak pocket emerges a tiny sleeping dormouse, wearing what appears to be a knitted scarf. It yawns enormously. You stare. She notices. Oh, she says softly. This is Benedetto. The dormouse raises one microscopic paw in sleepy acknowledgement before curling immediately back into sleep. He becomes anxious during thunderstorms, she explains. So naturally he chose to live in Venice. Elio snorts quietly while pouring tea. a courageous lack of judgment. Luciano honks from the basket in agreement. The hours drift onward. Deep night slowly approaches its quiet center. The workshop now feels suspended entirely outside ordinary time. Warmth gathers in the corners. The shelves glow softly with sleeping lantern light. Tiny reflections ripple endlessly across glass surfaces and copper pipes. Elio returns carrying a tray of almond biscuits, dusted lightly with sugar. "Careful," he warns. "The round ones are enchanted." You hesitate. In what way? They improve melancholy conversations. A pause. Unfortunately, they also encourage unnecessary honesty. Signora Vesper immediately sets hers down again. "Wise," Elio says approvingly. "You take one carefully. It tastes of butter, orange blossom, and faintly magical poor decisions." Near the window, the sapphire lantern brightens suddenly as a gondola glides past outside. Through the fogged glass, you glimpse the silhouette of the gondolier, likely Marco, still singing softly to the canals despite his questionable musical abilities. The lantern responds by scattering tiny blue stars across the workshop walls. Elio murmurs. It likes him. Everyone likes Marco, Signora Vesper says. Even the fog. This appears to be true. The gondola vanishes slowly into silver mist. For a while, no one speaks. There is only the comfort of shared quiet. The kind of silence possible only in very late hours between people too peaceful to require conversation. Elio begins organizing finished lanterns along the shelves with patient precision. He handles each one differently. One lantern receives a gentle tap near its base. Another must be rotated exactly 3 times clockwise. A third apparently enjoys being complimented. "You're looking very dignified tonight," Elio tells it seriously. The lantern glows with unmistakable pride. You begin noticing little details everywhere now. The faint singing sound inside certain bottles. The sleepy flicker of embers beneath the furnace grates. The way the copper pipes overhead pulse softly whenever enchanted seawater passes through them. Even the floorboards seem warm with memory after so many years of midnight work. Signora Vesper watches Elio moving among the shelves. "You've been doing this a very long time," she says quietly. The old glassblower pauses, then smiles faintly. "My father made harbor lanterns," he says, "and his mother before him shaped cathedral glass." He adjusts a crooked lantern hook. "Our family has always worked nights." The furnace glow reflects softly in his fogged spectacles. Daylight is useful, of course, efficient, respectable. He shrugs lightly. But nighttime belongs to gentler crafts. Outside, fog curls thickly past the windows. Murano sleeps beneath silver mist and drifting starlight. And inside the workshop, the midnight lanterns continue glowing patiently against the dark, keeping watch over dreamers, wandering gondoliers, anxious dormice, and perhaps even suspicious ducks somewhere beyond the canals. The moon, hand clock upon the wall, slowly shifts. Deep night gives way, at last, to the hour marked quiet before dawn. Elio notices immediately. "Ah," he says softly. "The difficult hour." You glance toward him. He smiles gently while lowering the workshop lights one by one. "The lanterns become sleepy now," he explains. And sleepy lanterns are notoriously sentimental. Moving on to the Cartographer's Starlit Atelier, we wander softly through the lantern-lit rooftops of an old celestial city where a quiet cartographer spends the midnight hours painting maps of places that only appear beneath the stars. Let us begin by climbing the narrow spiral staircase tucked between 2 weather-worn buildings at the edge of the observatory district, where the stone steps are polished smooth by generations of wandering astronomers, tea carriers, and at least one determined delivery cat who still refuses to use the front entrance. The city below is nearly asleep. Warm windows glow faintly behind curtains of embroidered velvet. Chimneys release thin ribbons of lavender, scented smoke into the cool night air. Somewhere far below, a baker finishes preparing tomorrow morning's sweet cream buns, and the drifting scent of cinnamon rises all the way into the rooftops like a quiet invitation. Above everything stretches the sky, immense, clear, overflowing with stars. Here in the upper quarter of the city, the rooftops are connected by little bridges of brass and dark wood, built long ago so astronomers could visit one another during rainstorms without carrying telescopes, down 6 flights of stairs. Over the centuries, the bridges became cluttered with hanging lanterns, potted herbs, bird feeders, and abandoned chairs where scholars once sat arguing gently about comets. Now they simply creak peacefully in the wind. At the very top of the tallest roof ahead sits the Atelier. Its round windows glow pale blue against the darkness, and thin golden lines have been painted around the doorframe in the shape of constellations. Tiny brass chimes hang from the eaves, ringing softly whenever the night breeze wanders through. A painted sign swings overhead. The Starlit Atelier, maps, charts, and quiet discoveries. Beneath the lettering, someone has added in smaller handwriting, "No argumentative owls after midnight." The door opens before you can knock. "Ah," says a warm voice from inside. Perfect timing. The northern stars are behaving unusually cooperative tonight. The atelier is wonderfully cluttered. Not messy exactly, only full. Every shelf, table, and windowsill holds something celestial. Rolled maps tied with silver ribbon. Glass jars filled with glowing ink. Brass telescopes pointed through open skylights. Little mechanical star models turning slowly overhead on delicate copper arms. The air smells of parchment, candle wax, tea leaves, and cool evening rain drifting through the windows. At the center of it all stands the cartographer. Master Orion Vale is tall and softly built, with dark curls threaded faintly with silver despite not appearing particularly old. His long wool vest is covered in ink smudges and tiny stitched stars. Spectacles rest low on his nose as he peers down at an enormous unfinished map spread across a circular oak table. He smiles as you enter, not the hurried smile of someone distracted from work, the calm smile of someone pleased to share the quiet. "Come in," he murmurs gently. "Mind the constellation compass. It bites when startled." Sure enough, a brass compass near the doorway snaps its lid shut with offended dignity as you step past. Orion sighs fondly. "It spent 2 years aboard an explorer's ship," he explains. "Now it distrusts everyone." The compass clicks suspiciously in agreement. You remove your coat and settle into the warmth of the atelier, while the city hums faintly beneath the windows. Somewhere overhead, gears tick softly as one of the hanging star models rotates through its endless celestial dance. The entire room glows, not brightly, only enough to soften shadows. Most of the illumination comes from peculiar floating globes suspended near the ceiling. Inside each one drifts a tiny swirling cluster of stars, turning slowly like miniature galaxies trapped in glass. Orion notices you watching them. "Navigation lanterns," he explains while carefully adjusting a ruler across the map. Very old design. Sailors used them before enchanted compasses became fashionable and unbearably opinionated. The compass snaps shut again, you see. He returns to the map with patient concentration. It is unlike any ordinary chart. The parchment itself shimmers faintly blue, and the ink lines move almost imperceptibly across its surface like slow rivers of moonlight. Tiny stars blink in and out between islands sketched along the edges. One section of coastline appears to yawn sleepily before settling again. Orion taps it lightly with his quill. "Known of that?" he says. The coastline behaves. You move closer to the table. "What kind of map is it?" you ask softly. "A nighttime map," Orion replies, as though this is the most natural thing imaginable. He dips his pen into a crystal ink bottle, glowing pale silver. Ordinary maps chart places that stay put. Mountains, roads, kingdoms. He shrugs lightly. Useful things. The silver ink catches starlight as he draws, but some places only appear at certain hours. A tiny line curves elegantly across the parchment. The library staircase that arrives during foggy weather. The tea shop hidden between Thursdays. The moonlit gardens that bloom on abandoned rooftops precisely 3 nights each winter. His expression remains wonderfully serious. As you can imagine, organization becomes difficult. Outside the windows, the stars glitter brighter above the city rooftops. The Atelier itself seems to breathe quietly beneath them. Every few moments, one of the celestial globes overhead emits a soft chiming sound, as though tiny invisible bells are ringing somewhere very far away. Orion pauses suddenly. He leans toward the skylight overhead and squints upward. The wandering star is early tonight. You follow his gaze. Far above the city, one star drifts slowly across the heavens in a direction stars generally do not travel. It glows warm gold against the deep velvet sky. Orion immediately reaches for several tools at once. A telescope, 3 folded parchments, and what appears to be an enchanted pastry. "Quick question," he says while unfolding maps with remarkable efficiency. "Have you ever measured celestial movement using cinnamon rolls?" You hesitate. "No." "Excellent. Fresh perspective." He hands you the pastry. It is still warm. Icing glimmers faintly with edible stardust. "The frosting points north," he explains. This appears entirely reasonable within the Atelier. Together, you stand beneath the open skylight while cool night air drifts through the room carrying the scent of rain, soaked rooftops, and distant chimney smoke. Orion adjusts the brass telescope carefully, tracking the wandering star across the heavens. The telescope itself hums softly beneath his touch. Tiny engraved constellations along its side begin glowing one by one. "There we are," he murmurs. He peers through the lens, then quickly sketches several notes onto the parchment beside him. The star overhead brightens. Immediately, several things happen at once. One navigation lantern spins slowly in circles. The hanging star models overhead begin turning slightly faster. And somewhere in the far corner of the Atelier comes the sound of indignant hooting. Orion closes his eyes briefly. Oh dear. From atop a tall bookshelf, a large owl blinks awake beneath a heap of scattered parchment scrolls. Its feathers are soft grey mottled with silver speckles, giving the impression that someone sprinkled moonlight directly onto its wings. Around its neck hangs an absurdly tiny pair of reading spectacles attached to a velvet cord. The owl looks furious. "Good evening, Professor Thimble," Orion says carefully. Professor Thimble hoots once with deep accusation. "Yes, the wandering star woke you," Orion admits. "But in fairness, you did fall asleep inside the astronomy archives again." The owl narrows its eyes, then deliberately knocks a rolled parchment off the shelf. It lands directly into Orion's teacup. Orion says thoughtfully. A harsh but academically valid response. He retrieves the soggy parchment with a sigh. Professor Thimble fluffs his feathers smugly. before hopping down onto the edge of the map table, where he immediately begins supervising with intimidating intensity. The owl's spectacles glint in the lantern light. You quickly realize Professor Thimble is not a pet. He is clearly middle management. Orion resumes charting the wandering star. While the owl watches every line, he draws with visible professional concern. The Atelier grows quieter now, settling deeper into midnight. Beyond the windows, clouds drift slowly beneath the stars like dark ships crossing a silver sea. Inside, the scratch of Orion's quill blends softly with the ticking gears overhead and the occasional sleepy crackle of candle flames. The cartographer's hands move with gentle precision. Each line he draws glows briefly before sinking into the parchment. Slowly, a hidden pathway emerges across the map, a luminous road winding between clusters of stars. Orion smiles faintly as it appears. "There you are," he whispers softly to the map itself. "I was wondering where you'd wandered off to this season." Professor Thimble leans forward so far over the parchment that his tiny spectacles slide nearly to the tip of his beak. He studies the glowing pathway in complete silence. Then, with tremendous gravity, he hoots once. Orion nods respectfully. "Yes," he agrees. The curve near the western constellations is slightly dramatic. The owl hoots again. "I know," Orion sighs. "But the moon tides have been irregular since February." Apparently satisfied by this explanation, Professor Thimble settles down directly atop 3 important looking documents and tucks one wing neatly beneath himself. You begin to suspect his version of approval. Outside the skylight, the wandering star continues drifting slowly across the heavens like a lantern carried through deep water. Its golden light spills into the atelier, brushing softly across shelves of rolled parchment and polished brass instruments. The entire room glimmers. Orion carefully sprinkles a pinch of shimmering dust across the map. Immediately, the silver roadway brightens into clearer focus, winding elegantly through clusters of tiny painted stars. "What happens if someone follows one of these maps?" you ask quietly. The cartographer smiles without looking up. "Oh, usually something pleasant." He reaches for another ink bottle. This one glows soft green. Night maps rarely lead anywhere dangerous. Hidden rooftop gardens, wandering bookshops, soup cafes that only appear during thunderstorms. He pauses thoughtfully. One path accidentally led to a retired dragon's knitting circle several years ago. A faint smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. Very welcoming group. Slightly competitive. Professor Thimble gives a knowing hoot. "You're right," Orion admits. Their scarves were exceptional. The green ink flows smoothly across the parchment, adding tiny glowing trees beside the starlit road. As Orion works, the atelier settles deeper into that peculiar midnight stillness, found only in rooms devoted to careful crafts. The navigation lanterns overhead drift lazily through the warm air. Somewhere behind the shelves, a kettle begins softly whistling, and beneath everything lies the gentle ticking of celestial machinery hidden inside the walls. The building itself was once part of the old observatory tower, Orion explains while preparing tea. Long ago, astronomers used the upper chambers to track eclipses and chart comet paths. Over centuries, many of the original mechanisms remained buried inside the stonework. Now they mostly regulate the temperature of the pastry cabinet. An excellent use of ancient knowledge, Orion says while placing teacups onto the table. The tea smells faintly of mint and pear blossoms. Steam curls upward in delicate silver ribbons. Professor Thimble immediately abandons his supervisory position to inspect the biscuit tin beside the kettle with astonishing speed for such a scholarly creature. You already had two. Orion reminds him gently. The owl pretends not to hear. Eventually, after considerable negotiation involving dried figs, academic dignity, and one extremely judgmental stare, Professor Thimble secures half a honey biscuit and retreats triumphantly to the windowsill. Moonlight silvers his feathers as he eats. The city beyond the glass feels impossibly peaceful now. Rows of sloping rooftops stretch beneath the stars like sleeping waves. Windmills along the distant hills turn slowly in the night breeze. Tiny lantern boats drift through the canal district below, their reflections trembling softly in dark water. Far away, a clock tower rings once. A low, sleepy bell. Orion glances automatically toward the sound. midnight, he murmurs. The hour of misplaced things. You raise an eyebrow. He nods seriously while stirring honey into his tea. An unusually large number of objects become temporarily lost around this time. As if summoned by the statement, something tiny suddenly darts from beneath the map table. It scurries across the floor, trailing a faint trail of glowing blue dust. Professor Thimble nearly falls off the windowsill in outrage. "Oh dear," Orion says. The tiny creature zips between chair legs before vanishing beneath a cabinet stacked with star charts. "What was that?" You whisper. A runaway compass mouse. Orion sounds apologetic. They nest inside old navigation tools. Very harmless. Slightly obsessed with magnetic fields. The cabinet rattles softly. A moment later, 3 tiny glowing eyes peek out from beneath it. The compass mouse resembles a small field mouse made entirely from soft twilight, blue fur. Tiny brass whiskers twitch nervously as it clutches what appears to be a stolen button compass nearly half its own size. Professor Thimble puffs himself into a sphere of pure disapproval. Now, Orion says calmly. No hunting inside the Atelier. The owl gives him a deeply skeptical look. The compass mouse squeaks, then promptly disappears into another impossible corner of the workshop. Orion sighs fondly into his tea. The previous owner fed them biscuit crumbs. He explains. Now they believe they pay rent. The navigation lanterns overhead drift lower as the hour deepens, their tiny internal galaxies spinning more slowly now. One lantern settles near the map table, glowing warm gold across the unfinished chart. Up close, you notice dozens of tiny handwritten notes scattered around the parchment's borders. A void after heavy rain. Excellent tea, but terrible poetry. Possible ghost violinist near Easton Bridge. And one note circled several times. Do not trust staircase during windy weather. You point toward it. Orion follows your gaze and grimaces slightly. That staircase knows what it did. He takes another sip of tea before elaborating. Some magical pathways become mischievous if ignored too long. He gestures vaguely with the spoon. That particular staircase developed opinions. This explanation somehow raises more questions than it answers. But the Atelier feels too peaceful for complicated concerns. Outside, clouds drift slowly past the moon now, softening the starlight into pale silver haze. The shifting glow pours gently through the skylight overhead, washing the workshop in cool tones that mingle beautifully with the warm amber lanterns. The entire room feels suspended between earth and sky. Orion rises from the table and crosses toward a towering cabinet near the far wall. Its drawers are impossibly numerous, each labeled in careful silver handwriting. Seasonal doorways, temporary rivers, forgotten courtyards, places cats go during rainstorms. The cartographer opens one drawer carefully. Inside rests hundreds of tiny folded maps tied with colored thread. These are archived routes, he explains softly, places that no longer appear regularly. He lifts one delicate parchment from the drawer. The Midnight Conservatory vanished 17 years ago. The folded map glows faintly violet in his hands. Beautiful place. Entire greenhouse filled with nocturnal flowers that only bloomed while someone played music nearby. A wistful smile touches his expression, very difficult for tone-deaf visitors. Professor Thimble hoots sharply from the windowsill. Yes, yes, Orion says patiently. You did perfectly well. The owl straightens with immense pride. Orion returns the map carefully to its drawer before opening another labeled Rare Celestial Rotes. This drawer glows faintly from within. Inside lie maps painted on stranger materials than parchment. One appears etched onto pressed autumn leaves, another onto sheer translucent silk, and one shimmering chart seems somehow woven entirely from moonlight itself. That one, Orion says quietly, noticing your attention, only appears during meteor showers. The moonlight map shifts gently between his fingers like liquid silver. It leads to a hidden observatory somewhere beyond the northern cliffs. You study the glowing pathways woven across its surface. Have you ever followed it? For a moment, Orion becomes very still. The navigation lanterns hum softly overhead. Beyond the skylight, stars shimmer endlessly above the sleeping city. Then he smiles faintly and closes the drawer again. Not yet, he says. His voice carries no sadness, only patience. As though some journeys are meant to wait quietly until the correct evening arrives. The kettle gives another sleepy whistle. Professor Thimble immediately looks hopeful again. And somewhere deep inside the walls of the old observatory, hidden gears continue turning softly through the night, faithfully guiding the quiet little atelier beneath the stars. The night deepens gently around the atelier. Clouds drift apart once more, unveiling long rivers of stars across the sky above the observatory district. Their pale reflections spill through the skylight and settle across the workshop floor in silver shapes that resemble rippling water. Orion lowers the flame beneath the kettle until it glows no brighter than a sleepy ember. This, he says quietly, is usually the calmest hour. Professor Thimble immediately knocks over a stack of celestial charts. Orion closes his eyes. Usually, the owl stares directly at him while standing atop the fallen papers with unmistakable authority. Several rolled maps continue slowly unfurling themselves across the floorboards like offended carpets. You help gather them while Orion retrieves a brass weight shaped like a crescent moon to keep the more rebellious charts from escaping again. Thank you, he murmurs. One map in particular catches your attention as you smooth its curled edges flat. Unlike the others, this parchment is deep navy blue, speckled with tiny silver stars that drift slowly across its surface. At the center glows the outline of the city itself, though softer somehow, dreamlike and incomplete. The rooftops seem to shimmer gently. Orion notices your expression. Ah, he says softly. That one charts rooftop lights. You glance up. Lights. He nods while carefully stacking instruments beside the table. Every window lantern and chimney flame leaves a small impression on the city at night. He smiles faintly, a kind of quiet heartbeat. The map pulses softly beneath your fingertips. Tiny golden dots flicker in clusters throughout the streets below. Most people never notice. Orion continues. But every neighborhood glows differently after dark. He points toward a dense gathering of warm amber lights near the southern quarter. The bakers rise earliest. Another cluster near the canals shines soft blue and silver. The ferrymen stay awake longest. And near the upper rooftops where the observatory district rests, the lights shimmer pale gold beneath drifting stars. Scholars, Orion says fondly, hopeless sleepers. Professor Thimble hoots indignantly from atop the cabinet. Yes, yes, Orion replies, researchers. The owl appears satisfied by the correction. You study the glowing city map a while longer. Certain lights slowly brighten while others dim, as though the parchment itself is breathing alongside the sleeping streets below. One tiny window near the eastern bridge suddenly flickers 3 times. Orion notices immediately. "All good," he says. "The violinist is home safely. You blink, the ghost violinist." He adjusts his spectacles. Very polite spirit, practices at unfortunate hours. The tiny light on the map settles into a calm, steady glow. Outside, wind brushes softly across the rooftop bridges, connecting the observatory towers. Hanging lanterns sway gently in the darkness, their reflections trembling across brass railings wet with dew. The city feels impossibly far away now, as though the Atelier has drifted loose from ordinary time entirely. Orion crosses toward one of the open windows, carrying a small ceramic bowl filled with dried lavender and star anise pods. He scatters a pinch into the night air. Immediately, the room fills with a warm herbal fragrance, touched by cool spice and distant rain. A habit from the old astronomers, he explains. Supposedly it keeps away cloud spirits. Professor Thimble gives a skeptical click of his beak. Yes, Orion admits, it may simply make the tower smell pleasant. But still, the atmosphere grows even cozier. The navigation lanterns overhead dim into softer colors now. Gentle amber, moonlit silver, pale seafoam green. Their tiny internal galaxies spin lazily like drifting dreams. Near the back wall, a mechanical star model emits a sudden loud clunk, then stops moving entirely. Orion sighs softly. The western constellations again. He retrieves a narrow brass ladder and carries it beneath the stalled mechanism overhead. The entire contraption hangs suspended from the ceiling, a magnificent arrangement of tiny planets, moons, and stars orbiting slowly on delicate copper arms. Or rather, mostly orbiting. One silver planet now wobbles unhappily in place. You would think, Orion murmurs while climbing carefully upward, that celestial models would appreciate routine maintenance. Professor Thimble watches from below with visible managerial concern. The cartographer reaches the mechanism and gently taps one of the copper joints with a tiny silver wrench. Immediately, the entire model shudders. Several miniature comets begin spinning much too quickly. A moon rotates upside down, and somewhere inside the machinery, a tiny bell starts ringing frantically. Orion freezes. Oh dear. The western constellations detach completely. You watch as a scattering of glowing miniature stars drifts gracefully through the Atelier like luminous snowflakes. For a brief moment, the room becomes a tiny universe. Silver stars float between shelves and lanterns. Little planets bob gently through the warm air. Reflections shimmer across parchment maps and brass instruments in soft celestial waves. Professor Thimble flaps upward from the windowsill with immediate outrage. The owl weaves expertly through the drifting stars, snatching one tiny runaway comet directly from the air before it collides with the biscuit tin. "Excellent catch!" Orion calls down. The comet wriggles indignantly in Professor Thimble's talons. Meanwhile, 3 miniature moons drift lazily toward the tea table. One settles directly into the sugar bowl. The room glows with quiet magical chaos, and somehow none of it feels stressful, only sleepy, as though even the stars themselves have become drowsy this late at night. Orion descends the ladder carefully, holding an armful of tiny, glowing constellations against his vest. "Apologies," he says with remarkable calm. The sealing mechanism becomes sentimental during humid weather. You help gather floating stars from around the Atelier, while the Cartographer repairs the copper framework piece by piece. Each star feels pleasantly cool when held. Some hum softly in your palm. One tiny constellation shaped vaguely like a teapot sneezes silver sparks before settling down again. Professor Thimble returns triumphantly with the captured comet still clutched in one foot. "You see," Orion tells the owl warmly, "this is why you remain Employee of the Month." The owl puffs proudly. You begin suspecting Professor Thimble may be the only employee. After a while, the celestial model turns smoothly once more overhead, its tiny planets resuming their slow, endless dance beneath the skylight. The Atelier settles again. The stars are returned, the tea reheated, the biscuit tin rescued from astronomical disaster. Outside, a faint silver haze has begun gathering over the distant rooftops. Not fog exactly. The first suggestion of approaching dawn. Orion notices it immediately through the window. "Ah," he says softly, "we are nearing the blue hour." The phrase itself feels quiet, sacred somehow. The Cartographer dims several lanterns until only the softest lights remain glowing around the room. Cool pre-dawn colors begin slipping through the skylight now, blending with the warm candlelight into shades of silver, blue, and pale gold. Everything softens. Even Professor Thimble grows sleepy. The owl finally abandons his supervisory duties and settles atop a stack of folded blankets beside the window. Feathers puffed comfortably round. His spectacles slide sideways as his eyes slowly close. Orion smiles fondly. He pretends to dislike mornings, he whispers, but secretly he enjoys sunrise very much. Outside, the city remains hushed beneath the fading stars. A few early chimney fires begin glowing faintly below. One bakery window flickers awake on the rooftop map. Then another. The parchment city slowly brightens with tiny waking lights. Orion watches quietly beside the table. For several peaceful moments, neither of you speak. There is only the soft scratching of his quill as he adds the final lines to tonight's celestial rote. The sound blends gently with the ticking observatory gears and the distant whisper of wind across the rooftops. At last he sets the pen aside. The map is complete. Silver pathways shimmer across the parchment like moonlit rivers, winding through hidden corners of the world. Orion studies it with quiet satisfaction. Then, very carefully, he writes one final note along the lower edge of the chart. Best traveled slowly. He smiles faintly to himself after finishing the words. As most things should be, he murmurs. Beyond the skylight, the stars begin fading one by one into the approaching dawn. And inside the starlit atelier, among sleeping lanterns, drifting parchment, and quietly turning constellations, the cartographer gently rolls the finished map closed, while the old observatory hums softly around him, carrying the peaceful night carefully toward morning. Moving on to the herbalist's greenhouse of whispering seeds, we find ourselves at the edge of a moonlit valley where a glass-roofed greenhouse glows softly among the hills, and thousands of whispering seeds murmur gentle secrets beneath the stars. Let us begin by following the winding cobblestone path that leads through the sleeping meadows, where silver dew gathers upon the grass, and every blade seems to shimmer faintly beneath the quiet light of the moon. The valley is peaceful at this hour. Most of the cottages scattered along the hillsides have already darkened for the night. Curtains are drawn. Chimneys release the last thin trails of wood smoke into the cool air. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd's lantern drifts slowly across a far hillside like a wandering firefly. The night smells wonderful. Fresh earth, wild mint, damp moss, and the faint sweetness of flowering herbs carried down from the higher slopes. The path bends gently around a cluster of ancient willow trees, whose silver leaves rustle softly overhead. Their branches sway in the breeze with the slow rhythm of creatures enjoying a particularly pleasant dream. Beyond them, nestled within a sheltered hollow, stands the greenhouse. It is larger than you expected, not grand, not imposing, simply sprawling. Glass walls stretch beneath a framework of aged bronze arches covered in flowering vines. Moonflowers bloom along the supports, their pale petals glowing like scattered stars. Warm golden lanterns hang from curved iron hooks, illuminating the pathways between countless rows of plants. The greenhouse shines like a lantern itself, a cozy beacon in the quiet valley. Above the entrance hangs a wooden sign painted with curling green letters, the Greenhouse of Whispering Seeds. Below that, in smaller handwriting, please do not teach the pumpkins new vocabulary. The addition appears to have been made after experience. The door opens before you reach it. A wave of warm, fragrant air drifts outward, and standing just inside is the herbalist. Master Rowan Thistle is a gentle, faced man with weathered hands and a moss-green apron covered in pockets. Some pockets contain gardening tools. Others contain seed packets. One appears to contain an apple. Another seems to contain a sleeping mouse. The mouse is wearing a tiny knitted cap. Neither Rowan nor the mouse appear to find this unusual. "Good evening," Rowan says warmly. His voice carries the calm certainty of someone who spends most of his life helping things grow. Perfect timing. He glances upward. The moonbeams are humming tonight. As if on cue, a nearby vine produces a faint musical sound. Not quite singing, more like contented humming. The sort of noise one might make while enjoying a warm blanket. You step inside. Immediately, the greenhouse embraces you with warmth. The air is rich with life. Thousands of leaves breathe quietly in the lantern glow. Tiny droplets of moisture cling to glass panes overhead. Hanging baskets sway gently from bronze beams. The scent of herbs mingles together into something comforting and impossible to fully describe. Lavender, rosemary, lemon balm, chamomile, and dozens of magical plants whose names have never appeared in ordinary gardening books. The pathways wind through the greenhouse like little garden roads. Each turn reveals something new. Clusters of glowing mushrooms illuminate shaded corners. Moon lilies float peacefully in stone basins filled with crystal, clear water. Silver ivy creeps along wooden trellises, its leaves chiming softly whenever they touch one another. Somewhere nearby, water trickles steadily from a fountain shaped like a sleeping hedgehog. The entire greenhouse seems alive with quiet conversation. Because, of course, it is. The seeds are whispering. At first, you barely notice. Only a faint murmur beneath the sounds of leaves and water. But as you listen more carefully, the whispers become clearer. Tiny voices, thousands of them, soft as falling snow, gentle as turning pages, not speaking loudly, simply chatting among themselves. A tray of sunflower seeds appears to be discussing weather patterns. Nearby bean seeds are engaged in an enthusiastic debate regarding proper climbing techniques. A collection of pumpkin seeds seem to be sharing jokes. Their sense of humor is questionable. Rowan notices your expression and smiles. You get used to it. He walks slowly between the planting tables, occasionally nodding at various seed trays as though greeting old friends. Several trays whisper back. One tray waves, You are not entirely certain how seeds accomplish this, yet somehow they do. Rowan pauses beside a long wooden bench covered with clay pots. Tiny seedlings poke through the soil in neat rows. Each one glows faintly green. These arrived yesterday, he says. Forest lantern sprouts. The little plants sway happily. Very polite species. One seedling immediately sneezes dirt onto a neighboring pot. Rowan watches. The neighboring sprout whispers something that sounds suspiciously judgmental. Mostly polite, he corrects. The greenhouse stretches far beyond what should logically fit inside the structure. The deeper you venture, the larger it seems to become. New pathways branch away between flowering arches. Hidden alcoves appear beneath curtains of hanging vines. Tiny bridges cross narrow streams where glowing fish drift lazily beneath lily pads. Magic has clearly assisted the architecture, and done so with admirable restraint. Nothing feels overwhelming, only comfortable. As though the greenhouse has gradually expanded over many years simply because the plants required more room, which is apparently exactly what happened. Plants are persuasive, Rowan explains, while carrying a watering can shaped like an awl. The tomatoes requested extra sunlight. He waters a patch of silver, leafed herbs. The moonflowers wanted more privacy. A nearby blossom immediately closes itself when it notices attention, and the mint attempted territorial expansion. You glance around. Mint grows in several carefully contained planters, reinforced with small stone walls. Rowan follows your gaze. His expression becomes thoughtful. It remembers. This seems to be all the explanation required. A warm breeze drifts through the greenhouse. The glass ceiling overhead reveals a sky overflowing with stars. Their reflections shimmer upon every leaf and droplet, making the entire structure appear suspended somewhere between garden and constellation. Then you hear a slightly louder whisper, not from a seed tray, from a shelf near the back wall. Rowan brightens. He leads you toward a collection of ornate wooden drawers filled with seed packets. Most are neatly labeled, some are not. One drawer rattles faintly. The whispering grows stronger. Rowan carefully opens it. Inside rests a small velvet pouch tied with golden string. The moment it is revealed, a chorus of whispers spills gently into the room. Soft overlapping voices, curious, excited, like guests arriving early to a gathering. These, Rowan says quietly, are starflower seeds. The whispers continue. They do not speak words exactly, only fragments, dreamlike thoughts. Little observations, tiny wonders, moonlight tonight, nice humidity, excellent soil prospects. Someone nearby is carrying cinnamon biscuits. The seeds are correct. You happen to be carrying cinnamon biscuits. The pouch rustles hopefully. Rowan chuckles. They're remarkably observant. He closes the drawer halfway. The whispers soften immediately. The herbalist walks onward through the greenhouse, while lantern light dances gently across the pathways. Every few steps, another small marvel appears. A vine that blooms only when complimented. A patch of herbs that glow brighter during thunderstorms. Tiny flowers that open whenever someone tells a good story. One flower remains firmly closed. Rowan studies it thoughtfully. Perhaps the story needed a stronger ending. Further along, a cluster of crystal blossoms emit a low, soothing hum that resonates through the greenhouse like distant music. The sound blends beautifully with the whispering seeds and trickling water. Everything feels calm, unhurried, safe. This is not a place concerned with urgency. Growth unfolds at its own pace here. Roots take their time. Leaves emerge when ready. Seeds dream patiently beneath the soil. And among them all walks Rowan Thistle, tending every plant with gentle care beneath the glow of lanterns and moonlight. As the evening deepens, he approaches a large circular planting bed at the very center of the greenhouse. Unlike the others, this one is surrounded by polished stones carved with tiny symbols. The soil itself glimmers faintly. Something beneath the surface is whispering. Not loudly, but steadily. Like distant voices carried through warm earth, Rowan kneels beside the bed and smiles softly. "Good?" he murmurs. They're awake. The whispers immediately grow a little louder. And somewhere beneath the glowing soil, hundreds of mysterious seeds begin discussing something with great enthusiasm. Rowan remains kneeling beside the circular planting bed for several moments, listening with the attentive patience of someone accustomed to conversations that unfold very slowly. The soil continues whispering, soft, steady, content. Whatever discussion is taking place beneath the surface appears extremely important to the seeds involved. Every now and then a faint sparkle rises from the earth and drifts lazily into the air like a glowing firefly before dissolving among the lantern light. You lower yourself onto a nearby wooden bench. The polished stones surrounding the planting bed feel pleasantly warm despite the late hour. Tiny symbols carved into their surfaces shimmer faintly green whenever the whispers grow louder. Rowan nods thoughtfully. Amen. The seeds whisper again. He nods once more. A pause. Then another nod. Eventually curiosity gets the better of you. What are they talking about? The herbalist smiles. They're planning next spring. You glance toward the soil. The whispers continue enthusiastically. They start early. Very. Rowan brushes a little earth from his hands. Last year, they spent 6 months debating whether blue blossoms should appear before yellow blossoms. The soil emits a faint collective murmur. To be fair, Rowan adds, they raised several excellent points. The seeds seem pleased by this acknowledgement. Nearby, a cluster of crystal blossoms hum softly in agreement. The greenhouse settles deeper into midnight. Warm lanterns glow among the leaves. The glass ceiling overhead gathers tiny droplets of condensation that catch the moonlight like strings of diamonds suspended above the pathways. Everywhere you look, life is quietly unfolding. A curling fern slowly unfurls another leaf. Moon lilies drift gently across still water. Tiny glowing beetles patrol the roots of a citrus tree with serious professional dedication. One of them pauses beside a pebble, examines it carefully, then continues onward, apparently satisfied. Rowan rises and retrieves a small leather notebook from one of his apron pockets. Several folded papers tumble out. A dried flower, a wooden measuring stick, and, somewhat surprisingly, a spoon. The sleeping mouse in his pocket stirs briefly before settling again. The herbalist opens the notebook. Inside, every page is covered with observations, careful sketches, growth charts, notes written in neat green ink. He flips through them while strolling along the path. Let's see. His finger traces several entries. Moonbeams healthy, lavender thriving, singing carrots considerably less dramatic than expected. You blink. Singing carrots. Seasonal project. He sounds mildly embarrassed. The notebook turns another page. They only know 3 songs. A pause. Unfortunately, they know them constantly. Somewhere deeper in the greenhouse comes a distant vegetable, like humming. Rowan closes the notebook. Excellent root vegetables. Difficult roommates. You continue along the winding pathways together. The greenhouse seems even larger now than before. Entire little ecosystems reveal themselves between the rows. There is a shaded corner where silver mushrooms grow beneath miniature trees no taller than your hand, a warm alcove filled entirely with citrus blossoms. A narrow stream lined with glowing moss where tiny fish drift through emerald reflections. The air changes subtly from section to section, cool and earthy near the mushrooms, bright and fragrant among the citrus trees, fresh and herbal near the medicinal gardens. Each area feels like its own peaceful world. Eventually, Rowan stops beside a towering vine climbing one of the bronze support arches. Its leaves shimmer pale gold. Tiny bell-shaped flowers hang among the foliage, glowing softly. As you approach, the blossoms begin ringing, not loudly, just delicate little notes floating through the air, like distant wind chimes, evening bells. Rowan explains. They bloom at night. The flowers chime again. One particularly enthusiastic blossom rings twice. Rowan gives it a look. The flower settles immediately. They become excited around visitors. The bell flowers continue chiming softly overhead, while the greenhouse breathes around you. Water trickles, leaves rustle, seeds whisper beneath the soil. The entire structure feels less like a building and more like a living conversation. One that has been ongoing for many years. At the far end of the greenhouse stands a curious structure made entirely from woven willow branches. It resembles a small cottage tucked among the plants. Its roof is covered in moss. Tiny lanterns hang beneath the eaves, and smoke curls lazily from a little chimney. You stare. Rowan follows your gaze. Oh, he smiles. The potting cottage. The what? The potting cottage. As though this explains everything, the herbalist leads you toward it. The tiny building sits nestled among flowering vines and herb beds, no larger than a garden shed. Inside, however, is one of the coziest rooms imaginable. Shelves overflow with seed packets and clay pots. Bundles of drying herbs hang from the rafters. A small iron stove glows warmly in one corner. The scent of chamomile and cedar wood fills the air. On a nearby table rests a teapot painted with tiny strawberries. Several mismatched mugs wait beside it, and sleeping comfortably atop a stack of gardening manuals is a cat. A very round cat. A very orange cat. A cat possessing the unmistakable confidence of someone who believes they own multiple properties. The cat opens one eye, considers you briefly, then returns to sleep. That's Marigold, Rowan says quietly. She supervises. The cat snores. The herbalist lowers his voice further. Mostly naps. The stove crackles softly while Rowan prepares tea. Outside the little cottage windows, the greenhouse glows beneath moonlight and lanterns. The atmosphere feels impossibly peaceful. Steam curls from the teapot. Herbs sway gently beyond the glass. Somewhere nearby, a seed tray whispers what sounds suspiciously like gossip. The tea itself smells wonderful. Honey, mint, lemon balm. Perhaps a hint of something magical that tastes faintly like summer afternoons. Rowan hands you a mug. The ceramic is pleasantly warm. He settles into an old wooden chair beside the stove and gazes through the window toward the central planting bed. For a while, neither of you speak. There is no need. The greenhouse provides more than enough conversation on its own. The seeds murmur, the bell flowers chime, the fountain trickles steadily. Even the stove contributes occasional thoughtful crackles. Outside, a breeze passes over the glass roof. Thousands of leaves rustle together. The sound resembles distant applause. Do they ever stop whispering? You ask eventually. Rowan considers the question, then smiles softly. Not really. He wraps both hands around his mug. Seeds are dreamers. The lantern light dances gently across his face. They spend most of their lives imagining what they might become. Beyond the window, the central planting bed glows faintly beneath the moon. The whispers drift through the greenhouse like soft currents. Some dream of flowers, some dream of trees, some apparently dream of becoming exceptionally large pumpkins. The possibilities seem endless. Most people think growth happens when something sprouts. Rowan continues quietly, but it begins long before that. The greenhouse hums around him, in the dreaming. His words settle into the warm air alongside the scent of herbs and tea. Outside, a tiny seedling pushes through the soil somewhere among the planting beds. A lantern blossom slowly opens another petal. The crystal flowers continue their soothing hum. Everything is growing, slowly, patiently, exactly as it should. And deep beneath the glowing soil, at the center of the greenhouse, the whispering seeds continue planning their futures beneath the gentle watch of the herbalist and the stars above. The night continues unfolding with the gentle patience of a garden. Inside the potting cottage, the little stove glows steadily while Marigold the cat occupies an increasingly impressive amount of blanket, despite remaining exactly the same size, or at least that is what she claims. The evidence suggests otherwise. Rowan pours another little measure of tea into his mug and glances toward the sleeping cat. She's been expanding gradually for 3 years. One orange eye opens. The cat immediately looks offended. I mean spiritually, of course. The eye closes again. Crisis averted. Outside the cottage window, the greenhouse glimmers beneath moonlight. Tiny droplets cling to leaves and vines, turning every pathway into a corridor of soft reflections. Somewhere nearby, a patch of silver thyme releases a faint herbal fragrance whenever the breeze touches it. The scent drifts lazily through the open window, fresh, cool, comforting. Rowan rises from his chair and places the empty teacups in a basin beside the stove. We should make our rounds. The phrase sounds less like a task and more like a pleasant tradition. The herbalist retrieves a lantern from a hook beside the door. It resembles a glowing acorn suspended within a cage of brass leaves. When he lifts it, the lantern emits a contented little hum. "Good evening to you too," Rowan says. The lantern brightens. Apparently introductions are complete. Together, you step back into the greenhouse. The warmth embraces you immediately. Somehow the air feels even softer now. The moon has climbed higher overhead, pouring silver light through the glass roof. Lanterns cast golden pools across the winding pathways. The two colors mingle among the leaves, creating a dreamy landscape of pale gold and moonlit green. The greenhouse feels half asleep, not silent. Never silent, but quieter. The seeds whisper more softly now. The flowers sway with slower movements. Even the fountain seems to trickle in a more thoughtful manner. Rowan follows a narrow path toward a section of the greenhouse hidden behind hanging curtains of ivy. This area usually wakes up around now, the ivy parts. Beyond it lies a small grove. Tiny fruit trees grow in carefully arranged circles around a moss-covered pond. Their branches are heavy with luminous fruit that glows softly in shades of blue, violet, and silver. The water reflects the colors beautifully. It feels like standing inside a constellation. These are dream pears, Rowan explains. One of the trees rustles proudly. Very productive this year. The branches sway. Then several pears immediately fall into the pond. Splash, splash, splash. Rowan sighs. Enthusiastic, the pond ripples gently. Glowing reflections drift across its surface. A pair of silver fish lazily inspect one of the floating pears before continuing their evening patrol. Everything here seems to operate according to a rhythm entirely its own. No urgency, no rush. Only growth and gentle routine. The herbalist kneels beside one of the trees and examines its leaves. Tiny sparkles drift from the branches whenever he touches them. What are dream pears used for? You ask. Mostly tea. He studies a leaf carefully. sometimes pastries. A pause. One unfortunate wizard attempted furniture. You wait. Rowan shakes his head. The chairs kept napping. The tree appears to find this hilarious. Its leaves tremble with what can only be described as botanical laughter. You continue deeper into the grove. Here, the scent changes again. Sweeter, richer. Hints of honey and ripe fruit mingle with the freshness of damp moss. The lantern in Rowan's hand glows softly among the trees. Ahead, several wooden signs mark different growing sections. Medicinal herbs, moon blooms, experimental root vegetables. Please proceed calmly. You glance at the final sign. Rowan notices the carrots. Wes. The explanation feels complete. As you pass the experimental section, a faint melody drifts through the air. Soft, cheerful, slightly repetitive. A patch of carrots is singing. The tune itself is not unpleasant, merely limited. One carrot appears particularly committed to the performance. Its leafy top sways dramatically with every verse. The surrounding carrots provide harmony, or attempt to. The result resembles a village choir composed entirely of enthusiastic amateurs. Rowan listens politely. They've improved. The song abruptly changes key. He winces. They're still improving. Beyond the carrots lies one of the oldest sections of the greenhouse. The pathways narrow. The bronze arches overhead become thicker, wrapped in ancient flowering vines. Some of the plants here have clearly lived in the greenhouse for many decades, perhaps longer. Their trunks twist gently toward the lantern light. Their leaves shimmer with quiet wisdom. One enormous herb bush occupies an entire corner. Its branches spread wider than a cottage roof. Tiny blue blossoms glow among the foliage. The air around it smells faintly of peppermint and rain. Rowan pauses respectfully. Lady Hyssop. The bush rustles. A shower of glowing petals drifts lazily downward. You realize Rowan is introducing you. The bush rustles again. More petals float through the air. Apparently, the introduction has been accepted. She arrived before I did. Rowan explains as you continue walking. How long ago was that? The herbalist thinks. 27 years. The bush rustles smugly behind you. 28. Rowan corrects himself. The rustling immediately becomes more gracious. The greenhouse grows quieter, still as the hours drift onward. The seeds whisper in lower voices now. Many of the flowers have closed their petals for the night. Even the bellflowers ring only occasionally. The entire structure seems to settle into a deep, comfortable stillness, like a great living creature resting beneath the stars. Eventually you arrive at a staircase. Not a large one, just a simple spiral of stone winding upward through a tower of climbing vines. The lantern glow dances along its edges. Rowan begins climbing. The roof garden. Above, the glass ceiling curves toward the sky. You follow him upward, step by step, past flowering trellises, past hanging baskets overflowing with moon blossoms, past tiny nesting birds sleeping among the vines. The air grows cooler as you ascend. And then, at last, you emerge onto the highest platform in the greenhouse. The view is breathtaking. The entire valley stretches below, rolling hills silvered by moonlight. Sleeping cottages scattered among the meadows, ancient willow trees swaying gently in the night breeze. And above everything, stars. Thousands upon thousands of stars. The roof garden itself is simple. A few benches, several pots of fragrant herbs, a little brass telescope mounted beside the rail, and rows of tiny seedlings growing beneath crystal lanterns. The seedlings whisper softly among themselves, dreaming, planning, growing. Rowan settles onto one of the benches. The lantern rests beside him. Its glow mingles with the starlight. For a long moment, Neither of you speak. The silence feels full rather than empty, filled with rustling leaves, distant crickets, soft wind, and the endless quiet breathing of the greenhouse below. Finally, Rowan smiles. This is my favorite part. The herbalist gazes across the valley. After everyone settles down, below, the greenhouse glows like a jewel nestled among the hills. The whispering seeds continue their conversations beneath the soil. The dream pears sway gently beside their pond. The singing carrots have finally fallen silent. Even Marigold is undoubtedly asleep in the cottage by now, dreaming of acquiring additional blankets. The night feels timeless, peaceful, safe, and beneath the stars, surrounded by growing things and quiet magic, the herbalist simply sits and listens to his greenhouse dreaming around him. Moving on to the weaver's midnight loom, we find ourselves in a quiet riverside quarter where a single workshop window glows long after midnight, and a patient weaver sits beneath the stars, threading moonlight into cloth upon an enchanted loom. Let us begin by following the cobbled lane that winds gently along the riverbank, where the water reflects silver constellations and every lantern burns with a soft, honey-colored glow. The town is asleep. Most of the little shops that line the river have already closed their shutters. The bakers' ovens have cooled. The booksellers' lamps have gone dark. Even the clockmakers' windows sit quiet now, though one suspects the clocks inside are still discussing important matters among themselves. Only the river remains awake. It slips steadily through the town, carrying reflections of stars and moonlight beneath stone bridges draped in ivy. Occasionally a fish rises to the surface, creating ripples that stretch outward in widening circles before disappearing once more into the darkness. The air smells faintly of cedarwood and chimney smoke. Somewhere nearby, Jasmine climbs a garden wall. The fragrance drifts through the night breeze in delicate waves. Ahead, tucked between an old tea shop and a tailor's cottage, stands the weaving workshop. Its windows shine softly with golden light. Above the door hangs a carved wooden sign, Moonthread Textiles, custom weaving, repairs, and seasonal blankets. A second sign hangs below it, Please knock gently. The scarves are napping. The sign appears entirely sincere. As you approach, you notice dozens of colorful ribbons hanging from the workshop eaves. They flutter lazily in the night air, catching moonlight as they sway. Each ribbon glimmers faintly, not brightly, just enough to suggest a touch of magic woven into every thread. The front door opens before you reach it. A warm glow spills onto the cobblestones, and standing inside is the weaver. Mistress Elara Wren smiles as though she has been expecting company all evening. She is neither young nor old, with silver, streaked hair gathered into a loose braid and sleeves rolled comfortably to the elbows. Tiny threads cling stubbornly to her wool vest. Several needles rest behind one ear. Another appears tucked into her braid. The needles seem perfectly content there. "Ah," she says warmly, "you're just in time." From somewhere deeper within the workshop comes a gentle rhythmic sound. Clack. Where? Clack. Like a heartbeat made of wood and thread. The loom has decided to be productive tonight. She says this with the same tone one might use when discussing weather. The workshop itself is wonderfully cozy. Wooden beams cross the ceiling overhead. Lanterns hang from iron hooks, filling the room with pools of amber light. Shelves line every wall, stacked high with folded blankets, embroidered cloaks, colorful scarves, and neatly wound spools of thread. The scent is delightful: fresh wool, lavender sachets, beeswax, and the faint mineral smell of moonlit river air drifting through an open window. Everywhere you look, there is texture. Soft blankets folded in tall stacks, Tapestries draped over wooden rails. Bundles of shimmering thread hanging from ceiling racks like waterfalls of silk. The room feels warm in the deepest sense of the word, not simply heated, comforting, lived in, loved. The rhythmic clacking continues somewhere beyond a curtain of hanging fabrics. Alara gestures for you to follow. As you pass through the curtain, the source of the sound reveals itself. The loom. It occupies nearly half the room. Ancient oak beams support a magnificent weaving frame larger than a carriage. Brass gears gleam softly along its sides. Tiny crystal weights dangle from silver chains overhead. Hundreds of threads stretch across the loom like rays of moonlight frozen in place. And somehow, the loom seems awake. Not alive exactly, but attentive. The crystals hum faintly. The gears rotate with gentle precision. The threads shimmer as though listening. Alara pats one side affectionately. "Good evening, old friend." The loom answers with a contented click. Apparently this is normal. You move closer. The fabric currently being woven is unlike anything you've ever seen. At first glance it appears silver, then pale blue, then lavender. The colors shift subtly depending on how the light touches them. Tiny stars seem embedded within the cloth itself, not embroidered, actually glowing. "Moon blanket," Alara explains. Her hands move expertly as she adjusts several threads. "Winter order." The loom clacks approvingly. She nods. "Yes, yes, very important." The loom whirs again. You begin to suspect they have worked together for a very long time. Alara settles onto a cushioned stool beside the weaving frame. The seat bears the unmistakable shape of decades of use. Nearby rests a teapot decorated with embroidered flowers. Steam curls gently from its spout. A mug waits beside it. Another has already been prepared for you. The tea smells of chamomile and pear. "Careful," Alara says. The loom likes compliments. You glance at the machine. The loom immediately straightens several threads. "Oh, exactly." She takes a sip of tea. The loom emits a modest clicking sound. Don't encourage it. The clicking grows slightly smug. Outside the workshop window, the river continues its quiet journey through the sleeping town. Inside, the loom maintains its steady rhythm. Clack, whir. Clack, the sound is strangely soothing, almost musical. Alara reaches toward a basket beside her stool. Inside are dozens of thread spools, unlike any ordinary yarn. One glows softly green. Another sparkles with tiny points of golden light. Several appear to contain swirling mist. One spool seems to hold an entire sunset. Tiny shades of amber and rose drift slowly through the thread wound around its core. You stare. Alara notices. That was difficult to collect. She lifts the spool carefully. Took 3 evenings and a very cooperative hilltop. The sunset thread glimmers warmly. She places it aside and selects another. This one glows pale silver, moon thread. The thread feels almost liquid as it slips through her fingers. Not cold, cool, like river water beneath starlight. Alara guides it into the loom. Immediately, the crystals overhead brighten. The machine hums softly. The new thread joins the fabric seamlessly. A fresh constellation appears across the blanket's surface. Tiny stars bloom one by one among the woven patterns. The effect is breathtaking and remarkably peaceful. Most people think weaving is about making cloth. Alara says after a while. The loom continues its steady rhythm. But really it's about gathering comfort. She studies the growing blanket. Thread is only the beginning. The lantern light flickers gently across the workshop. Outside, a breeze rattles ivy against the window pane. Alara smiles. A blanket remembers things. You glance toward her. She adjusts another thread, the warmth of wool. A silver thread slides into place. The quiet of snowfall. The loom hums. The feeling of reading beside a fireplace while rain taps against the roof. The cloth glows softly. Tiny stars shimmer across its surface. You weave those things into it. For a few moments, neither of you speak. The loom continues its patient work. The tea steams quietly. The river whispers beyond the glass. Then suddenly, from a nearby shelf, comes an indignant squeak. Elara sighs. Oh dear, a basket of unfinished scarves begins rustling. One striped scarf slowly unravels itself from the pile and tumbles onto the floor. It appears deeply offended. The weaver sets down her teacup. Nung. The scarf wiggles. Nung. The scarf wiggles more dramatically. I already explained. Tassels are not optional. The scarf refuses to move. Elara folds her arms. The scarf folds itself. A tense silence follows. Eventually, she looks toward you. They've been arguing about decorative choices all week. The scarf appears very passionate about the issue. Nearby, another scarf slowly peeks over the basket rim, clearly interested in the outcome. The loom continues weaving, unbothered, perhaps even entertained. After a moment, Elara retrieves a spool of silver tassel thread and places it beside the rebellious scarf. There, the scarf immediately relaxes. Problem solved. The second scarf disappears back into the basket. Satisfied, the weaver shakes her head fondly. Textiles, she says. As a group, they can be surprisingly opinionated. The loom emits a clicking sound that feels suspiciously like agreement. And, as midnight deepens around the riverside workshop, the threads continue shining softly beneath the lantern light, while somewhere within the great loom, a new constellation quietly begins to emerge. The constellation grows slowly across the surface of the moon blanket. Tiny silver stars appear one by one, connected by delicate threads that shimmer whenever the loom moves. Clack, where, clack. The rhythm fills the workshop with a comforting steadiness. It is the sort of sound that makes time feel gentler. Outside, the river glides beneath the moonlit bridges. Inside, Thread and Starlight continue their patient dance. Elara leans back slightly on her stool and studies the blanket with the quiet satisfaction of someone watching bread rise properly in the oven. The loom hums softly. One of the crystal weights overhead gives a faint chiming sound. Elara nods. Yes, I see it. The crystal chimes again. Good suggestion. You glance between them. The weaver notices. The loom thinks the northern corner needs more silver. The machine clicks confidently. And unfortunately, it's probably right. She rises and walks toward a tall cabinet tucked against the far wall. Opening its doors reveals hundreds of carefully labeled thread spools, rows upon rows of them. Moon thread, cloud silk, river wool, hearth yarn, dawn fiber, midsummer linen. One shelf appears dedicated entirely to seasonal fog. Another contains neatly organized thunderstorm thread. The labels become increasingly specific. Early autumn breeze, comfortable silence, fresh bread, mildly magical. Elara notices your expression. Organization is important. You nod slowly. The loom clicks approvingly. Thank you, she tells it. The machine seems pleased. After a moment, she retrieves a spool labeled First Snowfall of a Quiet Winter. The thread glows with a faint pearlescent sheen. Tiny sparkles drift from it as she carries it back toward the loom. The moment the thread joins the weaving frame, the atmosphere in the workshop subtly changes. The room feels cooler. Not cold, just crisp. Like stepping outdoors during the first gentle snowfall of the season. The scent of pine drifts briefly through the air, then fades. You blink. Elara smiles. Threads remember. She guides the spool carefully into place. That's the secret. The loom begins weaving once more. The moon blanket responds immediately. its stars glow brighter. Silver patterns spread across the fabric like frost tracing itself across a window pane. The entire blanket seems to sigh contentedly. Nearby, the basket of scarves rustles. One scarf slowly peeks over the edge. Apparently it approves of the design choices. The workshop settles deeper into midnight. Lantern light pools across wooden floors. The river reflects shifting constellations beyond the windows, and all around you are small signs of a life devoted to careful craftsmanship. Pinned sketches cover one wall. Designs for cloaks, blankets, curtains, canopies. One drawing depicts an enormous quilt shaped like a sleeping dragon. Another shows curtains embroidered with tiny stars that appear to move across the fabric. Several notes accompany the sketches. Remember more pockets, less ambitious tassels. Never again with the self-knitting tablecloth. You stare at the final note. Ilara follows your gaze. A long pause. It developed opinions. You wait. And eventually formed a committee. The loom emits an understanding click. Neither seems eager to revisit the memory. Ilara pours more tea. Steam curls upward through the lantern light. The scent of pear and chamomile mingles with the smell of wool and cedarwood. Everything feels wonderfully cozy. Then, from somewhere above, comes a soft thump. Both you and Ilara look upward. Another thump follows, followed by tiny footsteps. Then silence. The weaver sighs, the thread mice. You glance toward the ceiling. The what? Oh, Ilara sets down her mug. They help organize the workshop. Another pause. They are not particularly qualified. The footsteps resume. A moment later, a tiny ladder unfolds from an overhead storage loft. Down it climbs a mouse. Then another. Then 6 more. Each mouse wears a miniature work apron stitched from scraps of fabric. Several carry tiny spools of thread balanced across their shoulders. One appears to be holding a clipboard. The clipboard mouse looks very busy. The mice descend carefully onto a work table and immediately begin inspecting various baskets. Ilara watches them with resigned affection. They work nights. The one mouse points dramatically toward a stack of folded blankets. The others nod. Several begin dragging loose thread toward a storage bin. The operation appears highly organized. Until one mouse notices a button. Everything stops. The button is fascinating. The entire workforce gathers around it. Work is forgotten. The clipboard is abandoned. A lengthy discussion begins. Ilara sips her tea. This usually happens. The loom clicks sympathetically. The mice continue examining the button. Eventually, they carry it away triumphantly. No one remembers why. The workshop grows quieter once more. The moon blanket nears completion now. Its woven constellations stretch from edge to edge, glowing softly like pieces of the night sky, captured within fabric. Ilara runs her fingers gently across the cloth. The stars brighten beneath her touch. Almost done. The loom hums with satisfaction. Overhead, several hanging lanterns flicker softly as midnight drifts toward its deepest hours. Outside, fog begins gathering over the river. Silver tendrils curl around the bridges and rooftops. The town grows even stiller. Only the occasional lantern remains lit in distant windows. Most of the world has gone to sleep. But the workshop remains awake. Not busy, not hurried, simply present. A place where quiet work continues beneath the stars. Ilara retrieves a small wooden box from a shelf. Unlike most of her supplies, this one is locked. Tiny silver stars have been carved into the lid. She opens it carefully. Inside rests a collection of luminous threads finer than spider silk. Each strand glows with a different color. Pale blue, soft gold, rose silver, lavender white. The sight is mesmerizing. What are those? Ilara's expression softens. Dream threads. or she lifts one strand delicately. The thread seems almost weightless, like light given form. They're used for finishing. The loom immediately brightens. Apparently it recognizes their importance. Alara selects a single silver, blue strand and weaves it into the edge of the blanket. The moment it settles into place, the entire fabric changes. The stars begin twinkling more naturally. The constellations seem deeper, more distant, as though real night sky has somehow become part of the cloth. The effect is subtle, yet unmistakable. The blanket feels complete. The loom gives one long, satisfied hum, then falls quiet. For the first time all evening, the workshop becomes still. No clacking, no weaving, only the soft sounds of lanterns and river water. Elara smiles. There we are. She gently removes the moon blanket from the loom. The fabric cascades through her hands like liquid starlight. Tiny constellations drift across its surface. Silver patterns glow faintly in the lantern light. It is beautiful, but more than beautiful, comforting. The sort of blanket that feels destined to accompany snowy evenings, quiet books, warm fireplaces, and peaceful dreams for many years to come. Elara folds it carefully. Nearby, even the scarves seem impressed. The rebellious tassel scarf wiggles approvingly. The loom rests quietly now, content after its work, and beyond the workshop windows, the moon continues shining over the sleeping river town, while fog drifts softly between the bridges and chimneys, wrapping the world in silver stillness. The workshop settles into a softer kind of silence now, the kind that follows a task completed well and without hurry. Lantern light breathes gently across the wooden beams. The loom stands still, its great frame no longer clacking or wearing, only faintly humming as if dreaming of its own patterns. Elara folds the moon blanket one last time and places it into a wide wicker chest lined with lavender, dried cloth. It fits perfectly, as though it has been waiting for that exact shape all along. "Good work," she murmurs. The loom responds with a single, modest click, not boastful, just satisfied. Outside, the river continues its patient journey beneath the sleeping town. Fog has thickened now, softening the edges of bridges and rooftops, so that everything looks gently blurred, like a watercolor left slightly damp in the night air. Inside, warmth holds steady, the kind of warmth that comes from wool, wood, and long familiarity. Elara stretches her shoulders once, then begins tidying the remaining spools of thread with unhurried care. Each one is returned to its place with the attention of someone putting small sleeping creatures back into bed. Moon thread, sunset fiber, comfortable silence. The labels glow faintly as they are set back into their drawers. You notice she pauses briefly at one spool in particular. It glows a deep, velvety indigo. "Night between seasons," she says quietly. The spool seems to hum faintly when she touches it. Then she closes the drawer again. Not tonight. The loom remains quiet behind its curtain of hanging fabric. But something about it feels different now. Settled, like a storyteller after finishing a long tale, or a musician resting their hands after the final note fades. Elara returns to her stool and pours herself a final cup of tea. The teapot gives a faint, contented gurgle as if relieved it is still useful. She offers you another cup without asking. It arrives in your hands warm and familiar. The aroma has deepened now. Honeyed chamomile with a trace of something floral and faintly starlit, as though the tea itself has spent the evening listening to the loom. For a time, neither of you speaks. The silence is not empty. It is layered, lantern glow, river hush, the distant settling of thread and wood. Then, from somewhere above, a soft rustle interrupts the stillness. Elara tilts her head. Again, A small trap door in the ceiling creaks open. A thread mouse peeks down, then another, then several more. They descend with careful seriousness, as if arriving for an important meeting they are already late to. The lead mouse, still carrying its clipboard, pauses at the edge of the work table and stares directly at Elara. Then at you. Then at the chest containing the moon blanket. It makes a decisive scribble. Elara sighs. Oh no. The mouse holds up the clipboard. On it, a neatly written note, Fine Lisp-tion. The other mice begin preparing tiny measuring tools. One produces a miniature ruler. Another retrieves what appears to be a very small piece of chalk. Elara leans forward slightly. I already told you, she says gently. It's finished. The clipboard mouse stares, then slowly turns its head toward the loom. The loom, still resting in silence, gives the faintest possible click. As if choosing not to be involved, the mice accept this diplomatic silence as confirmation that inspection may proceed. They begin. Very carefully, very seriously, they climb onto the table where the folded blanket rests inside the wicker chest. One mouse gently presses a paw against the fabric. Immediately, the stars woven into the blanket brighten in response. The mouse freezes, then looks around at the others. A second mouse touches the edge. Another star twinkles. The clipboard mouse writes something rapidly. Elara watches with the expression of someone witnessing a long, standing tradition she cannot legally interrupt. They do this every time, she murmurs to you. The inspection continues, measuring, nodding, occasional squeaks of approval. At one point, one mouse attempts to climb into the chest entirely to verify internal softness, but is gently redirected by two others. Eventually, after what feels like a very thorough professional debate, the clipboard mouse stamps the page. Final approval granted. The mice collectively relax. One of them falls backward into a spool of thread and remains there for a moment, perfectly content. Then, just as quickly as they arrived, they begin climbing back up the ceiling ladder. The clipboard mouse pauses halfway up, looks back once at the blanket, then gives a tiny, solemn nod, as if to say, acceptable work, and disappears into the rafters. The trapdoor closes. Silence returns. Elara exhales slowly, then takes a sip of tea. I suppose that's their version of gratitude. The loom clicks faintly from behind its curtain, agreeing perhaps, or simply amused. Outside, the fog over the river has grown thicker still. The town is now only shapes and soft lights, like memories drifting at the edge of sleep. A distant bell tower chimes once, its sound muffled and slow, as though it too is tired. The lanterns inside the workshop begin dimming on their own, not all at once, one by one, like eyelids lowering. Elara stands and walks toward the loom. She runs her fingers along its wooden frame. Rest now, she whispers. The loom responds with a final, gentle hum. Then stillness. She draws the hanging curtain fully closed over it, as if tucking it in. The workshop feels even warmer after that, quieter. The kind of quiet that leans towards sleep. Elara gathers the teacups, washes them in a small basin near the stove, and sets them aside to dry. Her movements are slow now, unhurried, as though the night itself has begun loosening its grip. When she finishes, she returns to the stool beside you. For a moment, she simply sits, listening to the river, to the faint settling of thread and wood, to the last lingering echoes of weaving that seem to still exist in the air. You know, she says softly, people think weavers make cloth. Or she glances toward the curtain hiding the loom. But really, we make places people can rest inside. A pause. Her expression warms slightly, even if they're only blankets. The lantern above flickers gently, as if agreeing. Outside, the fog continues to drift through the sleeping town, wrapping bridges, windows, and rooftops in soft layers of grey, blue quiet. Inside, the workshop holds steady, warm, dim, safe. Elora leans back in her chair, letting her eyes soften. The river hums, the world slows, and somewhere in the chest by the table, a moon blanket rests, still holding its woven starlight, patiently waiting for the first dream it will ever be part of. And that, my dear friends, is where we will end tonight's story. Good night.
you.